We continue. I've already read this. My saves. Alright, this entire thing. Does it even matter? Remember what I put. Fucking dog shit, autosave. Bunch of sophistry bullshit, man. Alright, we're back. I think there's a couple more things I have to do before we're actually back. Finish this MFR up. All the stars are here. That's so far. Pyre steam out. Doesn't matter who we fight. These guys in forever, man. Go for them. Don't really care anymore about who we're fighting. I mean, I could explain, but I don't know. It's not terribly interesting. Constellations are just picking a location to go to. Instead of you like having like more of a place in the world and having like the lore and the story told, I feel like More diegetically, it's like these abstracted out areas that are way too vibrant to be some kind of hell purgatory where you kind of just listlessly go through them real quick to play sports ball. They dump a few pages of lore at you in between. The idea right now is that we have to fight a couple people at sports ball. It doesn't matter if we win or lose, and then we fight somebody at sports ball at the top of the mountain. And if we win, one of our teammates can go back to the Commonwealth, and if they lose, then I guess they don't, and we just keep moving on. But the stars are all disappearing, so we're only going to be able to do it for so long. And one of the big goals of getting people back is to take part in a revolution to reshape the Commonwealth, which we barely know about, which the characters may or may not even really have any, help at all in any way at perceiving that. It's just some abstracted out percentage. Kind of whatever.
Tas en Pyre rictus. Simagra rictus.
Yeah. Individual parts of this are good, right? Like it's, if you look at them like carefully, maybe, like it's clearly made by a team that like knows how to do certain elements of aesthetic and music and an occasional scene here and there and little bits. Like you could see there's like little bits of like polish, but no, I don't think almost any of it comes together for me. I think as a whole it's pretty poorly executed. Because, I mean, the biggest thing is like the decision to let one of your teammates go, which hinges on you caring about the lore, the plight of like Revolution, the characters, stuff like that. And I just don't think any of that's very tightly done. You get who the characters are within seconds, and they're over their shit within like one conversation of talking to someone in a battle. And I don't even know if they actually had like a big character moment or anything we're gonna see that's like consequential. I think it's impressive how many characters can just leave and then the game still keeps ticking, but I mean obviously there's a lot of like modular little moments where they don't interact with each other too much, they just kind of talk at you. Then I got problems with the gameplay. Like it feels good to just kind of like get one hit off here and there, but at the end of the day I wish it was like slower with more like thought between the different teammates, and you know, not easier mechanically. I mean it can still be really fast and mechanical, but just more than just mindlessly fucking dunking all the time. I mean like it's cool to do, but the pace is so fucked. You just go back and forth between occasionally doing like a 3v3 sports ball that has a lot of issues to flying over the same world for 10 hours, getting like small bits of stuff. I think there is like an overarching story beyond what I mentioned, kind of. Like one of the ex-Nightwings, which is your team, has returned after falling off a mountain and he's pissed, and I guess that's partially what's causing the stars to disappear. Transistor's good. Bastion's good. This is the only other game other than those in Hades, though. It went Bastion, 3 years later Transistor, 3 years later Pyre, 3 years later Hades, and then 5 years later Hades 2. But I mean, those had early access too. I might play Hades after this. That was kind of the goal, is to play this before Hades. I wanted to shoot the shit. The only other person who played this fast though, and kind of just see their progression. This is kind of their odd man out in terms of like popularity, reception, and that it's a very different style, right? They usually do isometric action. This is like VN with like a light sports RPG attached onto it, and I mean light with the RPG. I think they mean to have maybe replay value with like the different things you can learn about people like this. But I just don't think there's enough of a hook there, man. It's just not compelling. That was the word I've been looking for all yesterday. The word fucking compelling. Why not? Oh, -2 hope. What is that, like 0.1 seconds or something on respawn timing? Meaningless, bro. It really is just about what dialogue you get. Which in itself isn't that interesting either. Yeah, and I mean the characters are like, the aesthetics are nice and I like the sound bites and stuff, but at the end of the day they're pretty generic character like tropes and shit. Wow, the lady who is a little racist, but not too much. The nice guy who cares about his squad, the guy who wants honor, the people who don't know if they actually like society. Like, it's fine, but it's like, it just doesn't go enough places. It's just like the paint by the numbers up front. And I mean, they have super giants, like, you know, attention to visual, like aesthetic detail and stuff, and it's fun enough, but man, I don't know. On one hand, it's like this is one of their longest games up to this point. You know, Transistor's like 6 hours or so. I think Bastion's probably like 8. I don't remember 10. I don't know exactly. But for a VN, it's like, I feel like you need more time to cook, more sense of place. Unless it's like a really crazy, like, paced art show, it's like, this feels like a journey that should have like way more sense of place and time spent in every zone and the moving around and the world down here and stuff. Because the world really is just set dressing, but then they hit you with all this nonsense in this book that's more words than sense, fluffed up as fuck. Where you're like supposed to buy into like all this lore about the scribes and the titans down here and stuff, you know, that it's a horrible place to be. And it's like, I mean, Jesus, look at it. It looks like fucking like Candyland. And not that there's not stories about like a night, some kind of idyllic, light-filled world being like horrible. Like FF14 has like, you know, the light being horrible or free or whatever, and you know, that expansion, it's like but it just doesn't, it's a very uncohesive game. I don't like hate playing it or anything. Like I said, they're good enough at what they do that we can, despite everything, like still kind of be like, alright, but that just shows up everywhere now. All the characters just show up and events just kind of happen. Oh, the stores are stopping now. Oh, Warlock's back. Oh, he just shows up occasionally. It's very just like, okay, I guess shit just kind of happens. It's very just like gaudily kind of stitched together. And now he's gonna have peace. Now, mind you, I like the idea of like a journey where just all sorts of different things happen and they're like, you know, bite-sized deals and they like feed into like a theme or something. Echoes of Starsong was a decent example of kind of like set little stories that happen in a very small amount of time while you're kind of just journeying around for some other goal, and it really sets like a feeling of like what the world is, you know. Some of the lore for sure it describes, and but it makes you want to wonder about like the bigger universe. I mean, Star Citizen, Citizen Sleeper 2 does that well enough too, where it's like, you know, you're not in the heart of like conflict, but you're in like the outer kind of edges of it and stuff like that. And it makes you want to know more about it, but it also gives you like a strong sense of place. But it's still a very about the individual and themes of like decisions and choice and freedom on where to go and the joy of having that, you know, taken or not taken from you. And it's like, this has like nothing. I don't really have like a sense of place. I don't really care about, yeah, what a misspeak on that one. Fucking, whoa. But, and it's like, it doesn't make me wonder about the greater world. Like, it makes me wonder just to have something to latch onto, but I'm not like interested in like a compelling way. I'm more just like, give me something. You know, the characters are like fine, but they're just gone, you know, pretty quickly. You know, ones that are stories got semi wrapped up, I just send away. Ones that are, or you know, they can be sent away so quick they don't have that much of an arc, because you know, why write like an arc that you have to do over like 6 hours when, you know, you need to send them away. You would never, you know, so it's like there's that, and I think it's just not that great of writing. it's like all right, but or just maybe not enough time, or just do kind of all over the place. Like in the moment, each scene is like interesting, but they never amount to anything memorable or something connected in a way that I care about. And that's real. Most of their stories before this were just like scene by scene, kind of like, you know, very personal. You know, like Transistors, like the story about, you know, the girl and her sword, boyfriend. And then you kind of learn a little bit about like City and like the 5 amigos she needs to kill Bill or whatever. And like it's very localized, and you learn a little bit about other stuff, but it's like it's interesting bit by bit. It's not telling like a grander lore narrative, you know. I don't remember Bastion's story much, but yeah, I just feel like that's just kind of, it's a different kind of speed when you're doing like a larger than life lore, you know, revolution thing with a bazillion different characters with like maybe different goals and themes from different races and shit. And then you're gonna make it a VN, which generally, unless it's got a very tight focus, usually it needs to be a little longer to pull off that kind of shit just because of the nature of the way they're paced. Right? Like, I don't know, but I mean, I wouldn't want to spend longer on it anyways. Maybe I'm just blabbing. I thought. He's just chilling, dude.
vero fundis. Santa videmus.
Oh yeah? It's not an official release yet, is it?
Santa videmus.
Good. I liked my werebear and Diablo 4. It'd be cute to try one in PoE. Is that patch like the official launch? Sounds like they'll talk about it at the Jeffies then. Oh, 0.4. Probably still at the Jeffies, considering the Jeffies are on the 11th.
Just simple Kiwi voice.
I don't want to buy anything anyways, unless it's thermostats. I've got everything upgraded I want. And the bird has history with this guy. Throw him in.
Rita returns, along with her remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet a...
Oh yeah? Yeah, Redless talking about, he gifted that to me, so. I don't know if I might even have it installed right now. So, supposed to be pretty good. How long was it?
Another one.
Definitely on my list.
Your adversaries, the accusers, as with you, they must be...
Yeah, it's like a little adventure twin stick thing, right?
Very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
The screens and the conversations I've had about it. Put the little guy in, man. Basto, did you think that Wolfred played like shit? I feel like he's like really raw to play. He's not very useful because of it. Where he's like just teleports and like does spacing and shit. Maybe I just haven't gotten a feel for him. But like I don't even want to level him. On the off chance I need to send him away, it's like I don't think I care. Because what little fun I get out of the gameplay, it's like Wilfred is not in the running. He does for you, yeah. I'm like, it feels like rough. Maybe I'll be stuck with him at some point. I guess we'll worry about it then. Gertrude's fine. I want to send Sir Gilman off next. Well, I want to make sure his levels are fine. Because I've had people who were worthy and then they became unworthy. And I guess it's like based on how their XP is. I wonder if it's possible for you to not be able to send anyone if you like barely get XP, never win anything, and then like cycle your dudes. If they always let like your top guy go.
Now begin. A favorable start.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the amount of good 2D Zelda clones, I mean, it's low. Even stuff like Tunic and shit is like different, right? And that its core, like, what's cool about that is more of its like meta shit than it is like necessarily the Zelda stuff. There's a lot of Zelda clones, but yeah. It's kind of like how there's not really that many great Metroid Prime clones. I'd say that's even more of a thing. I think that just shows how important like really strong level design is and how hard that is to get right. It's not about its like surface level trappings, right? It's about clean pacing and variety and like varied mechanics and good level design. And I think those are way harder to get right than just like being a first person Metroidvania.
Now go. Such wherewithal.
Yeah, I'll definitely play it. I don't know if it'll be this year. If I start Hades next, and then maybe do Hades 2 at some point. And then look outside. Be pretty tapped out for stuff.
There it is.
Then Prime 4 and all that stuff.
The Nightwings seem to be falling behind. Remember everything which...
Yeah, it is harder. I mean, 3D, more environments, stuff like that. I mean, I guess you could have like a smaller one. I mean, you could argue that like certain first-person dungeon crawlers are kind of like a Prime sort of thing, like maybe like a Lunacy. I mean, they have elements of it, right? Like, there are plenty of Metroidvanias out there, but yeah, 2D Zelda. I mean, there's definitely a lot of them. There's a shitload. A lot that try to like mix it up or stuff, but just like a nice core one, like something, you know, on the level of like even just like the Oracle's games, it's a little bit more rare. There's plenty that like play with it, like Anodyne or that one fall game I played, and stuff like the Tunics, and I don't know, there's like a bunch of others, but yeah, not much as good as like Link Between Worlds or anything out there.
Let's see you Nightwings keep this up. Their Pyre shan't survive much more of that.
It's definitely a not a lacking genre, just maybe one lacking in like big moment kind of games.
How utterly brazen. Now end the ceremony. And it is done. The Nightwings managed to prevail.
Yeah.
Hardly deserved it though, if you ask me.
Oh, 3D Zeldas? There's like nothing. That's even more rare. Okami is definitely like in that vein. People used to call Darksiders one. I would not say so. Darksiders feels more like some fucking freak stepchild God of War hybrid thing. Oh, in general, yeah. I think there's a lot of 2D clones. Maybe not all godly, but there's like plenty out there. I'm sure there's enough decent ones. I feel like still like stuff like Link Between Worlds, as far as like the classic Zelda feel goes, is still like one of the kings, right? But 3D Zeldas, Very much, man. And indies. I mean, you get like your Beyond Good and Evils, and some people, do they is he a Kane considered to be kind of like those? Beyond Good and Evil is probably one of the better ones I can think of, but even that has got a little bit more of an upfront story and somewhat more linear progression of dungeons and zones. Blood Omen is. Yeah, there's probably more 3D Zelda types that I just can't think of off the top of my head. But the kind of blend of, yeah, exploration, like free exploration over like a tight environment. Like your ocarinas and all that have. Like not quite as much.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes. Understanding deepens in the mind of the imp Tizo. Be gone now from my sight.
I'm sure if I went over my list, maybe there'd be more. I mean, there's gotta be like a few solid Zelda type of, like pre-Breath of the Wild 3D Zelda clones. I mean, it'd be hard to be like a Zelda because I mean, there's a lot of budget and like probably decades of craft that they probably put into kind of putting that all together. And, you know, they're not like giga short either for how much variety they have. It's probably a little less feasible to pull that off easily. But even in like a smaller, like more like low poly thing, you think we'd be seeing a bit more of them. And there's a lot of clones of 2D Zelda, but yeah, the problem is like how good most of them are. Because you get like that Guacamelee one, no one lives forever, nobody like rules the world or some shit, but it's like, it's not, you know, it's like a semi-Diablo and it's like not that good, you know? It's like there's a lot to like play with it. Tunic just keeps coming to my mind, but even that isn't like exactly like that. I think you could definitely be multiple cases of banishment sickness. None of these dudes even died. They're like, you have to play. No, I would say Tizo did and Bay is not. Don't worry, bro. Me into the hollower. Everything's about to change, man. Yeah, from what I understand, the early demos, some people were like, don't know. Game really needs a backlog. The beginning there, I forgot you have to like mouse over his shit. Cause sometimes they do tell you what he's thinking without mousing it over. I missed what he actually did. I got the context for. He helped somebody other than that guy get his freedom or some shit. Locations. Value. I'm not buying anything. Do I even care about locations either? If it's like maybe one cool like talisman maybe. Just sell it.
You are nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless simpleton. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
Everybody just joins Wolfrid's agents. Even though she was like, I kind of want to just travel around and be done with a lot of this. Actually, she's a revolutionary now. Whoa! It's like, alright, really?
Você foge.
Permanent +1 quickness. UI, man. should be was on well, but I guess not. That ain't gonna give much, man. I mean, you just gotta hope you don't have to use him.
Compare para mais.
Čekajte nás, ty.
Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know. To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth.
What?
And traitor Volfred.
Did that happen?
Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted right. Some of us still have our duties to uphold. Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name? Bay,
Many choices, man.
Bertrude, Volfred. With that out of the way, now begin. The Nightwings are the first to strike. In the name of Solium Mur.
Who?
Oof! Now that is how to snuff a flame. Once more like that and we are finished here. Your flames.
This is what I mean. It's like, even if you set distance, they just jump over your shit anyways. It almost never matters.
Caught out. Alas for Bay.
We have to wait for this to bounce outside for 10 hours before I can get in.
It is done. The blasted Nightwings.
The irony of the group of fast dudes being the highest scoring group outside of ours.
Them down next time.
Even the game's leaderboards knows the strats, man.
Is complete. There is much to learn from this experience. What is it you recall there, Volfred, my old friend?
It even has a shield.
Now take your sordid business someplace else. %. Things have been rising over time. Well, didn't we just beat this dog? We gotta fight him again, dude.
Velamtas ass. Pensate lorigas.
Oh yeah, someone who's like not good, and then you have to carry them, and they either get good or they have like a really strong story or some kind of plight, right? Yeah, so you have no choice but to use them. Would work with the sending somebody out, but alas. Like I was ranting about in the first 20-30 minutes. It just doesn't come together, man.
Mea discala? Si tempi vilia. Livetia.
Alright.
Se contrae.
I mean, other than Sir Gilliam, is there anybody left who even wants to leave, really? I mean, I guess Barkman, but he seemed pretty fine not going at all.
Are cognitaras. Terexilia shiumta. Obligratamoje. Caricumta, nastis.
I have no idea. She's great about.
Spetalo meloste.
And I've not checked in on her all the time. I don't know if something eventually happens with her story. It's gonna be difficult. Huh?
Rama farushe.
Namorente.
Strametas. Pansare tatalushe.
Oh, this dude sucks ass. He's so slow. I guess I'm supposed to throw. Dude, his throws even suck. They take forever to set up. I mean, he can go far, but I mean, they're just gonna take you. He has such a wind down and wind up on his like teleport, makes it useless. Like, he can't move after his teleport, and he's already insanely slow. They really think his defense is like that strong, huh? Oh my god, his throwing's horrible too. I didn't realize I picked up the ball. I was trying to kill her. Of course. He feels so horrible. He's clearly made for a game they thought was gonna have like way more defensive stuff going on. But to win with him, you just have to, because like they can just move around your fucking guy you set down or jump over him. So they'll just avoid him. You can't set it when you have the ball. I mean, yeah, you could kill them and then run in. It's just like, he feels like he's made for something where the strat is just so rarely used. And because you can't play with multiple guys at once, like what are you supposed to set them up for defense and stand there when guys can all shoot you from afar? And then go in with one of your guys? It's like this game doesn't have like a synced up push you can do with your other guys, right? You sending one guy in at a time and going back to another guy with how quick it is just feels horrible, because it's like, oh, I'm gonna go set up a guy in the back while somebody just runs a circle around my entire base. It's like, it's not gonna happen. As a strategy, well, I'm sure just killing all three of them in like defense and then running in works fine, but yeah, I mean, Volford feels like shit, dude. He's way too slow, and like, why would I want to set a sprite down that can't be placed in the middle of an enemy's aura over just shooting a quick blast that would just cut right through them and is able to be reacted to. Just like ass. And then he like barely moves, so you can't like get like move around and like place his shit differently.
Mon protège pas logé.
Yeah, he just sucks, dude. My least favorite character to play him.
Serio cupraret.
Transports him farther than usual. Okay. That's gonna be hard to use. Like the idea of that to like speed him up is cute. But you can launch yourself really far away. You can chain blink, but you can't, like it takes him like a solid half second to start moving after he blinks. But it's like, isn't it already enough that he has no quickness?
Nam nadis sputento. His vale. Se non paga 8.000 litri.
Guess we could max him just for fun. Although I kind of want to give Volfred points just so he has something. My thing is, who else am I gonna send up, man? None of these people really want to go. Volfred, I guess. Surely, Sir Gilman is still good to go. That'd be fucked. They're gonna make me use Volfred more, so I might as well give him a buddy. Never get anybody level 5 anyways. What's up, Bradless? What have you been playing, buddy?
Escutil noxalas. Nakirara.
Salutium seres.
Kem dirastas?
Fenamta seres.
Ben kramta.
Based. Important things to play.
Torgasan gratas.
Subdiravatas.
Estara tantus.
Recosta fara.
Wat kies je voor ijs? De magna si sampuela.
Banish people by flinging the orb into them. Okay.
Oshem Tatais.
Boxare juntas. Nasenta veniam.
No idea.
Ristrali brage.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the dissidents soon douse those flames of yours. Let us get on with the
Same
proceedings
shit,
then.
different day, brother.
Voluta lorgas.
Volunta lorigas.
Regeta noxalas. Sentira l'ostium. Noxalas.
Teronta ligeratus.
Parece prama.
Felamta seres.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
Wolfred's everywhere, dude.
Sir Gilman.
Calabilia te culo paloshe.
Who shall strive for him?
Need to level up Wolfred. But he's so bad.
Wolfred.
We'll just put him in. I hope I can use 2 other people.
Tizo. Now. Commence.
Can't be quick enough for that. God, he's so slow. Like, you teleport past somebody and they still get fucked. I thought he came back quick afterwards. It's not. Wow, they're gonna just walk around it. At 50% extra teleport, not doing too many tricks there, man. That's a little too much. Because now I can't use him normally. I have to get rid of that, just give him speed.
And there it is, at
God,
last.
fuck Wilfred, bro.
The Night Wings proved their
The problem is, like, if he could at least start moving at his slow speed after a teleport, you could use the teleport well, but
Thus ends the liberation
you can't.
rite.
But there's only way to move around, so if you extend the range,
Have chosen
you have to really practice with him to get the range figured out.
by the Night Wings.
Because even the jump, you can, like, turn it
free.
midair.
Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
How many more of these we gotta fucking do?
Similia Majucreat. Summilia Pergunta. Elotentrigais! Magnifi sondiate. Sohistos! Severus Laminum!
Godspeed, Sir Gilman. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
Sadata Noxalas.
Yeah. He needs the plus 40 if you game over, because you have a higher chance of it if you're playing his ass, man.
Now take your execrable companion someplace else.
The thing is, like, what if you send him back? If you could even get enough XP. Yeah, Gertrude's jacked, man. Giga jump, she can control that do damage on impact, right? Huge attack, she's quick. She's great. All the fast people are great because they can just outplay the AI. Meanwhile, Wolfred is like the slowest person ever with very little control. Whose defensive spacing is like easily avoided, and he has no direct attack. He can just defend. It's like great. He has to like walk into guys, but he has like no movement, and I don't even think he gets his aura after his warps. I'm like, I don't know. That's like, who knows?
Paz in Pyre. Praneretare. Similitudes.
So do these lands just get destroyed? The stars are gone? Or do you just not go to them for the game anymore? The Bog Benediction. Bertrude, Sundre Bertrude. We begin again. Who cares? Interesting.
Sevature. Terevasta. Tadakogita. Yaramitage. Recostafara.
Not exist.
Ceramiscus.
Maybe we should have took him against that one guy then. Again, that seems to be something personal. Well, too late now. I'm gonna send Wolford next. I don't need a plan. It'd be cute. I just don't know if we'll be able to get him there in time. Even though he has the most story we could possibly do, but it's like, who else even wants to go? I mean, I guess Bertrude would go because she's like, she would go with him, but I mean, she said she had interest in being here in the first place. I don't see why Bay would go. That's why the Owl would go.
Sei, mas shall Itália mais?
Okay. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, there's a lot, even some of the people who would go back don't even like have okay enough reasons to stay behind. There should have been like a desire for everyone to leave or make this place more shitty, right? Or something. I'm like I saw somebody say it, it's like you're stuck in some Dr. Seuss land. It's like, it's not even like that bad. You know, it's way overly vibrant and colorful without really that many problems. And I mean, it's assuming there's like society or no society, I don't know, but it's like even the big military lady said that, you know, she didn't know if anybody would really even, it's been so long, and you know, a lot of them express, you know, like the bird lady, like, oh, she kind of like just traveling and just kind of being away from everything. And it's like, oh Jesus, you know, who the fuck does want to go back? Like, I'm sure Bertrude and Bart guy like would probably, I guess, prefer, but they've already made their peace and have their own like little civilization going on, and are doing things from the other side anyways, which might be safer for them in a way. I mean, like the bird says he's curious. I don't know if Bay is because she got treated horribly. Like, we could send her back. She just seems to kind of follow wherever the fuck he thinks the scribes want to take her. Yeah, that's the problem, is I mean, you don't really get the time. And sometimes you could just go talk to people or go do events that just have no value. It just doesn't end up really mattering much.
Mi sembra Piru. Pirungale.
Yeah, I got that one. That's why I sent Gilman. That's because he was the last one that I feel like actually wanted to go back. Like, he came here to like figure out his honor, to stick it to the one guy. He thinks the system where everybody's just trying to get over each other and, you know, be extremely self-obsessed and stuff is like shitty and in a way. And it's like, okay, you know, he clearly would go back. He'd be valuable to go back too, because there's like 8 billion worms or whatever. Or just a slock. Really not. This makes the AI better. How does it make our groceries better? Find out.
It seems the star.
Yeah, Joe Dariel has war orphans. I mean, obviously she'd be useful in a way. She cares about the Commonwealth sorta, but doesn't agree about all what they're
Surely you must
doing
know by now that you shall never all be free.
because she spared a bunch of
Still
bird
you struggle
people
to
back in the
fulfill
day. I don't know if they
some sense of
revealed that, like, I was hoping they would reveal the bird chick here just happened to be one of the people she saved back in the day, because why not? Everything's so contrived already. It's like, fuck it, right? But they never cover that, and I went really hard trying to get them both to do shit. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna send who makes most sense. Yeah, when she gets freed, they talk about her trying to get together with her sons and daughters,
But I digress, of
foster
course.
sons and daughters.
Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Well, I'll just reload because I'm curious to see this more than I'm curious to have it like fail. Oh no, though, like I said, I'm out of people who I think want to go back a lot now. The people I sent back had good reasons. Ruki always wanted to go back because his mother. He wanted to go back since the beginning, but he's just being like a cool guy, so I sent him back quick. Clearly the guy, oh, okay, yeah, the first guy, I mean, he didn't seem to care as much, but he had his girl. He needed to get back for her, otherwise it didn't matter. Yeah, obviously, like, the big lady, we mentioned hers. Bae seems to have just been treated like shit. I don't remember if it was like slavers and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Part of the problem with the game.
Bertrud Ixaria. Volfred.
Varushna.
Harpy was like here for the sister drama, but I kept taking her against her sister and she just started not saying anything. It seemed like she kind of made her peace with it. And she talked about wanting just to like travel or just kind of be free or, you know, missing home, but also just kind of like wanting to sort of just move on from it all. But now she's working with the agents because they all do that anyways for some fucking reason. I'm like, okay. For me, I did it as like a, here's a little hope that the world isn't like super antagonistic and racist. Like that we would give you a pass to go back and make your own choices. And like hopefully she would like work with the agency and stuff to like make that happen as like a harpy leader. I mean that's like your own headcanon though. That's like that's all I got, right? Because I mean there's not really much else. I'll do that again.
Tizo.
Oh, I should upgrade Tizo's thing. I use this thing all the time. But it doesn't matter much.
stopped.
And that leap is strong.
Careless. Empire shan't survive much more.
Apparently somebody died.
Ah, the foul witch Udmilda. Would that she served the scribes and... Too bad for that one.
Yeah. Improved AI. Yeah, like I guess you could use him to defend until like everybody respawns. It's more useful. But... hard to get in there.
Splendid. And it is done. Fine, yes, you prevailed again. The Empire yet burns with vigor and resolve. The right is ended.
You fight the harpies in the liberation. She begs you to let her sister win, and if you do, she just goes back and kills humans no matter how much you work on the storyline. Oh, her sister. Yeah, all of the bad guys in this, like every enemy in this, other than like the old guy with his like son and maybe the pompadour guy, are just all like comically evil, right? Like, I heard that Bay would ask if you would let the son go too, and I had some review, and I'm like, that's cute, but it's like it's such a rare thing that I don't, and it's like, why do they just get a pass over your people anyways, right? So it's like, whatever, right? Like, unless nobody on your team wants to go, then I could see it, right? Like taking the knee for it, but yeah, letting her sister go back, it's like, no, man, that'd be kind of goofy. Like, she's just gonna go kill people anyways. It'd be better to let her go back. I mean, the thing is, in the story with her, she pretty much says her sister's never gonna change, and she's always gonna be the same, and she just stops talking to her. Not out of, like, complete hatred, but it's like, who cares anyways, man? The bad guys don't grow. Also, the stat of hope being this thing that always changes, who cares? It's such a minor thing, like one amount, right? And it's like, what is that, like a second, half a second? Yeah, you need to be fighting boss ballers, dude.
Until the next right. If there even is to be another one.
Cavas. Será temperus. Makodnaresa. Censura Talia.
Lone Minstrel having more and more dialogue because they need to have dialogue and they could possibly have like no other characters at this point. Does she even want to go back? Bertrude's here to help Wolfred. I guess she could still go back though. She's been down here for 21 years. I mean, I kind of just want to send back Wolfred though, just to see what the game does. But then I would want to send Bertrude probably. But I mean, this might be it. Who knows? They might not even let you send him. Okay. This dude just comes out of nowhere and just kind of like you know he's gonna be alive because it's got the tropey he fell off a mountain thing. And now he's just like back all of a sudden, and he just kind of all of a sudden shows up in the most unnatural ways, just to remind you there's a little plot outside of just the minute-to-minute character shit.
Sio Tanda. Templatabe.
The only max character.
Karen betezetamen.
Like, he'd come back 2 seconds quicker, or do you want to have a sapling spawn near the pyre, which anybody could jump over? Whoa. I mean, I don't know, the AI is dumb enough, this might be better. Racism cured. Wilfred's agents. Fucking Bertrand. Put his fucking tears in a bottle and use it as medicine. Damn, she comes in so late. Kinda funny. So she's got like a little hidden actual emotion. And one-sided romance with fucking Sandalwood.
Escutil Noxalas.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Simnaterus. Porana Cramptus. Norgasum gratas. Kibaret.
Samea.
Redira tempta.
Felanta, Ceres. Acertaba.
That sleep below, to the canyons open wide.
Also, Bertrand's been down here for like 22 years, bro. Sandalwood's only been here for 9. Duh. Does she even care about getting out? Really, how much is this shit?
Now he roams through hill and valley.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like she really just does whatever for him.
Singing songs of gentle mourning for his lost and lonely.
Like otherwise, maybe she'd just stay here. She'd probably prefer Sandalwood go. That's why I'm like, I'm just gonna send Sandalwood out, man. Be a big fuck you to his friend too. Be funny. I'm gonna sell some crap. Presents.
Sempre sin Italia fai.
Praetere legeratus. Sirim darava. Arestralevas. Sumta verias.
Oh, turn this off. Why do they stay on? Another thing is, I feel like all of the, I mean, most characters are quick enough, but yeah, man, in this instance, it's like getting rid of Wolfram. I mean, he's shit gameplay, bro.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon
What would be better than the revolutionary head himself coming back? Fucking the Messiah, dude. Decent Agaid.
Tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more.
Huh?
Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Volunta lorigas.
Volunta lorigas.
Regeta noxalas.
Nesemete resorption.
It'd be actually good if she didn't get back. It'd be like an anti-plan person.
Terem zakta daret.
Rictus tafin.
Priage franda. Libralia te
She had anything to say about me sending her sister out. Okay.
Noxalas.
Pensate lorigas.
Ulta coverantas.
Anything about this Celeste?
Home this time,
We're sending out Wolfred, bro.
Volfred.
Renira Vastigas.
Who shall be at his side?
His one-sided wife.
Brood.
This fucking bird. Is their buddies.
It is done.
He's so nuanced. I mean, they don't all have to. It's okay to just have somebody who's like extremely horrible and just like lost to violence and racism. But I mean, the story tries to like have all this character shit and it's okay to lose or whatever the fuck. And it's like, I'm gonna go fucking murder your mama back home, a motherfucker. And it's like, okay, yeah. Really interesting.
Commence.
It's literally infinite stamina, dude. What the fuck with this? Maxing out this trinket, dude. What the fuck? Unholy, man. What, it is cheating? This is cheap, bro. Yeah. Apparently, there's nobody who actually upholds the rules. You just cheat, man. It's that easy. Hello? I pressed X? Just cheat, man. That's cool.
And there it is, at last.
Apparently that's just okay to do.
The blasted Nightwings proved.
They make the game part seem so shitty in this story. Oh, there's a bunch of like fights you can do beforehand. They don't matter. You always show up here anyways. Yeah, the rules and talking bad on the gods is bad. Actually, everybody just cheats. Except you. It's just like, okay. Like, It just seems like a fucking joke half the time. Like, what even is the structure of this? Like, I don't care if they wanted to make it like it's okay to lose or it's supposed to have some meaning. They don't pull it together with any kind of theme. It's just shit happening, man. Like, it all feels so like just slipshod and how it's justified, and maybe it's supposed to be these crazy moments where like their willpower lets them cheat or whatever. It's just like, okay. But that's like, there's got to be some structure, something real to get us into it, you know? It's like, if this game didn't have the sending your party members away thing, it would be like unsalvageable. Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's interesting. There's a lot here to talk about, and I'll keep bringing it up in the future, but yeah, kind of, especially coming from like a storied dev, I guess you'd say, right? Where so much of it is just kind of like all over the place. But I mean, yeah, it makes you want, you know, the idea for a more of like a slower, longer paced, you know, heavier story thing with like more of like the fucking Oregon Trail deal, and I think a world that I feel like I'm in more. Like, everything feels like this disjointed, like stained glass thing that you just kind of jump between in this abstracted star deal. You don't really travel through it much outside the very beginning or spend time doing anything in any of it. It's just a background, and makes the, you know, have less opportunities for like little conversations and to care about the world. And I mean, I don't think the writers care about the sports ball, like lore of it all. It's just, I mean, I ran about it at the beginning for a while.
Room for doubt.
It's funky, man.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds.
It's cool they let you send him.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all other.
Because this is like anti-Commonwealth, but like, do they have to uphold it or not, right? This would be like a big test on the other side, but we'll never see that. I mean, that's a lot of it too, is like I said at the beginning, it's like too short for what it's trying to do, right? A VN that's like 10 to 15 hours long is usually very tightly paced, right? This is a game that's a, you know, fourth of the runtime and a bunch of other menus with like 8 or 9 characters that are supposed to be the crux of like all of the emotional drive to like sending them away, with an extremely large lore dump, you know, that you can dive into in the background. It's a big world full of lore and stuff, and it's like 10 to fucking 15 hours long, right? So it's like, I mean, like I said earlier, most of their games are a bit more like straight-laced before this point. You know, there's lore, but it's focused very singularly on a tightly paced, you know, journey of a character doing stuff. This like broadens it, adds more characters, you know, tries to get more experimental with the gameplay and stuff, does the VN format, and then like I just don't think it's got the length. And then it's also trying to do, yeah, like a choices with consequence thing, which means you need to have a lot of optional dialogue, you know, to not have the flow of the story feel like dog shit, which I do think it's not that great. I mean, it ends up just being the lone minstrel talking to you about stuff because everybody else is gone, right? And it's like, I don't know, man. I'd almost say I would have preferred them to like focus in more, have a lot of the choice and consequence be in a more of a gameplay thing like an Oregon Trail, and dig into the world and your sense of place a bit more, have it feel like a thing, you know, more beats to the story, or at least more delving into the characters for longer. Work the lore into moments in the story where I want to discover more about it. It is so proper noun vomit exposition dump, where they just shit out like a lot of this fluff pages and dialogue about X guy who did Y in X time, and it's just like, that is not on its own interesting. It needs to come together or be used in like some kind of like event, something I'm doing, right? It's just like, I don't know. It ends up just being like, you can point to individual elements of this and see like, you know, they're like good at what they do. They have like craft and stuff, right? You know, like, you know, it looks really nice. Like his menu, it looks nice, right? It's clean, you know, it feels fine to like move around and like dunk the ball and stuff like that. And, you know, if you just take like a screenshot, you know, it's a nice little looking thing, or, you know, it sounds good, the music's good, but it's like, I just don't think any of the pieces come together for like a coherent vision. Like I said, some of the scenes are nicely written in the minute to minute, and that's kind of how a lot of their old stories were anyways. It's like, but when you try to like piece it into like a bigger narrative and a bigger world, and I like the idea of it, but I just don't think it has the writing chops, man. I feel like there's other stuff out there with that like variable dialogue that plays off of like choice and consequence, and still tells like a story about a world and stuff. I feel like they just kind of fumble it here. Part of it is the lack of the resource gathering phase. The fun part is also them fucking it up. Yeah. Yeah, afraid of too much text. It's like, okay, you know, we want to write like a VN, like a book, but without actually having it be like a VN or a book. Like I said, we read a lot of VNs here. Pretty fucking rare to have like a sub 10-hour VN that is like trying to give you some kind of psychotically huge lore dump across 50,000 characters, right? And then also as gameplay, it just doesn't. It's just not the medium for it. It's a medium that's like slow moving, requires you to, you know, there's not much visual action usually happening, so that means it needs to be all in the dialogue like a theater play, and that just generally moves slower, and it's like, yeah, it's gonna turn people off who don't like reading and that kind of stuff. And all the variable dialogue means, you know, if you don't want to pay for all the voice acting, you're gonna have it be unvoiced, which is gonna scare people. You know, obviously, you know, if you go read reviews, like fucking 90%, there's some really good reviews that criticize it, but they're, you know, 90, you know, I'd say like half of the reviews that are negative about it are just like, it's not like Bastion transitions. I'm sure that was probably, maybe that was there a bit. Like, I don't know, but it's just, yeah, the resource gathering phase, like, it'd be almost more interesting to have like a better RPG backend. But my thing is like, if it was just like this exact game, and I had to move over 5 extra nodes instead of 1, I think it would be even more boring. But in a better setup with a better RPG backend, with more time spent on the characters, with a world that felt less like a diorama of disjointed, abstracted areas and more of an actual place they're in, and all that'd be fine. I also don't think they really delve in any like themes, right? Like, really dig into the idea of like found freedom and like home is where the fucking heart is, or, you know, or, you know, the idea of like, you know, where you're from mattering and revolution, and like, you know, is it better to just like say fuck it or try to do something, and then like interpersonal relationships, or you bring in the racism, you bring in like the war societies and stuff, and they just don't, it just doesn't like cook. Like, there's a lot of stuff there, right? I mean, there's games that want to cover that. You know, you get games that cover a shitload of themes like that, and it's like Disco Elysium, it's like 100+ hours long to get through a lot of that kind of stuff, right? I mean, that's an exception because it's like, you know, super well written, but it's like, you know, there's lots of VNs that want to tap into like, you know, just like 3 heroines and like a dude and then some supporting characters, and it's like, you know, they're like 100 hours, you know, it kind of like depends, right? You know, you can have your 428s that have like a big cast that without any lore in that, right? And it's like, it's just all action and just kind of fun surface level characters, and it's like, even that's gonna be like 40-50+ hours. And I mean, they could do it, but it's like, I just feel like, I don't know, it's a lot of things, right? I mean, then that's not even talking about the gameplay and the RPG systems being just kind of weak, right? Like, is there even any synergy between the gameplay and like the story of the thing, right? Like, some, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but there are games where it's like, the idea of like traveling with your friends, surviving off the land, you know, finding an appreciation for it, you know, being away from home, and you know that works with the gameplay. Maybe the sports ball teamwork, stuff like that. There are moments, I guess, where they talk about we're a team, but it could be anything. It doesn't have to be sports ball. They don't have to be traveling. Like it's like they don't play into it like much, other than I guess the sports team stuff. That's probably like one of your biggest like things they bring up occasionally. That's about it, right? I still can't believe you have a choice for I'm good, Wolfred, don't explain your plan. That's so crazy, because to me the plan is one of the only things that like is one of the major things that I think about when I'm sending somebody away outside their personal shit. Individually, it's not interesting. The plan doesn't mean much to me. I don't know much about Commonwealth. I don't know how these people really would like do anything for the plan. They just kind of like, they do, I guess. Everybody decides, even though they just want to go off and like play blackjack, that they're going to side up with the revolutionaries because I guess, you know, we hung out with each other for 5 hours here, right? You know? And it's like, so like individually it's not that interesting, but it's like, well, you get that, the character motivations, how much you like them, you know, the gameplay, all that comes together to be kind of a fun choice. Like, who am I going to send away? But at the end of the day, it's relative. That's a cute choice in Pyre, but it's not really like in the grand scheme of like video games and choice and consequence and like gameplay meshed with like narrative, you know, elements to make for one strong moment. Like, it's not that high tier, right? Like it's fine. It's like that's like the whole game for me, is like doing those matches. And like, yeah, you could lose them. That's cute. I mean, I just reload. I find I'm more interested in how it's gonna look if you do start sending people that maybe don't even care or what have you. But I don't know. It's just like, I just think they have a take for big stories about since you pretty much have a good idea in the rest of this. So yeah, like I don't remember the stories super hard. I like in Bash, I don't remember the story. It's been a long time. It's more got like a cool style, right? Like it's fun little twin stick thing with like a cute narrator and all that shit. Transistors, like an emotional story, but I mean I don't think back on it too often. But like they're solid for what they are, and they're paced well, and the gameplay is really tight with like the rest of the story and everything. And this, it's like they're trying to bite off so much more, but don't fully dedicate to what they need to do to make it work, or just aren't telling the right kind of stories, and then like it doesn't mesh with the gameplay super well. And like you see so many people bitch about that too, where it's just like it's just the disjointed, like, you know, gameplay for 5 minutes and then, you know, VN parts. And I don't think that's necessarily bad. A lot of VNs have done that forever, right? You get some that tend to do it a little better, like your Ace Attorneys, where they can mesh the gameplay with the actual story more and more often, and you know, it feels better. But you know, this isn't that far away from like an Uda style thing, right? So I don't know, it's I don't think it's a huge deal, but I mean, there is something to be said about like not being able to spend enough time with the game to really get the nuances down. But like, what are the nuances? I can shoot my ball a little quicker if I figure out the timing, and I can jump differently. I think the gameplay just at its core is just not that great. Like, it's a cute idea. I don't have a problem with sports ball, but it's just like, I mean, most of the gameplay just amounts to you just sitting back and wiping the team and hoping the AI walks into your shit, because they have the ability to avoid everything if they want to, because the game is so fast. Every character is so quick that if you have the means, you can jump over everything and like react like super crazy if you're like a computer, and just like totally get past stuff. So it's just like in any game, you're just waiting for them to fuck up, but you're waiting for them to fuck up like a lot in this, unless you're just playing like extremely aggressive, just trying to slide in and jump in, and even that requires them to like not care a lot too. So it's like, I don't know. I would have preferred some kind of like 3 people all working together at the same time. Maybe it's slower, maybe you stop and like can like I don't know, maybe occasionally like stop time and like set up little things and send your dudes out like a real time with pause. I don't know. Like a limited amount of that, and like maybe they move around a little bit, or who fucking knows. But as it is, it's just kind of like it's just not all that interesting. Like it's cool to just like dunk on them, but it's a pretty hollow kind of cool, man. Like Transistor was a little bit more inspired. And then the RPG stuff has like barely any use. They have all these like crazy trinkets you can put on, and it's like, okay, just give me whatever's fast, because those are the most consistent and quick strategies to just get through stuff. With or without the enemy like willing to walk into you and just die, right?
Shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is they give you like a really strong trinket for each person. I don't use them as much because I just like using the speed ones, because that just tends to work better. But like, that they give you such strong like personal use ones, like the bird where it's like infinite stamina. It's like, well, Jesus, man. Like, then you don't even play with the back end at all. Like right now I don't buy anything because I've got 3 upgraded trinkets that are all about quickness. Like, what does presence do? It makes your thing slightly bigger. As long as mine is bigger than yours, I win, right? It doesn't matter for spacing because people can just jump over them. Unless you have the demon lady, nobody has presence big enough to like not just be jumpable by like 99% of the characters that you verse, right? Or flying over. So it's like, who cares about presence? Like, does it make your aura bigger when you shoot it? Maybe. Or is that per character? I don't see how that would change on like Gertrude or Bertrude. She just shoots a giant fucking wave anyway. Yeah, I should use Bertrude's. That cuts through defense, but I don't know. I just use speed still. Because the thing is, you could shoot through gaps and then just walk into them a lot of the time. Yeah. And I mean, the economy, it's like there's all these things to buy, all these consumables and stuff, and it's just like I just end up selling, like, you don't have enough to play with because you don't have enough money. So it's like you pick a few good things and upgrade them, and it just makes the most sense, right? Because you only use 3 people at once. Why would I need like 8 trinkets? There's not enough like situations where I'm going to like think about, oh, I'm going up against these guys and they have this stuff, I better whip out X and Y. It's like the game just doesn't have that kind of depth. At least it feels like to me. I mean, maybe in like an online situation it might, but I mean, that's not what this... Nobody's playing this online. I bet very few people did in the first place.
Until we stand again together.
What the hell? He just spoke English fully. Do they speak English in their minds? Don't they have a made-up language? Or is this meta and I'm the reader? Second time he does it? I don't know what the hell's up with that then. Oh, I see. The language none of them can read is English, so he speaks to the reader in English. Okay.
Godspeed. Alfred de Sandalwood. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
That's cool. Like I said, I feel like the game is probably completely different on like maybe I don't know if on the difficulties it really is that much different, but on multiplayer it would be, and maybe everything's balanced around that. I don't know. I don't know if in multiplayer you get like different stuff. Do we really have to go somewhere? I was hoping to just shoot us straight to the end again, but not. 93% chance. An hour before Wolford even gets back. Yeah, maybe it's all set for the multiplayer. That's my thing. It's like, you know, some games have different balancing for multiplayer and single player because it's a different deal, right? It's like fighting a fighting game arcade mode versus a real person. It's a totally different game, right? Like, that's what I'm saying, is I feel like the multiplayer might actually have neat gameplay because, you know, people are going to space different. You're probably going to move up your guys, be a little slower. I imagine the meta, like, people get used to Zerg strats. Like, maybe you can still play really fast and crazy, but, like, I'm sure people will maybe set up for some of that. And I don't know if there's map strats. I couldn't imagine myself ever being interested in it, but I mean, whatever. People have fun with what they want. But against an AI, it's just like... Are we even gonna face them?
Satempralis. Oxaritas. Estutare grandas. Fa pensare. Iradim. Pratere regalatus.
The Lone Minstrel is one of the more interesting minute to minute, but I wish they would kind of reveal more about what the hell is going on with the guy. Like, he's like a nice guy that has like a cool, like, I don't know, aura. But there's no, like, nothing that really happens with this character. You just kind of learn a little bit more about his personal shit and that whoever this Celeste chick is, but it's like, we'll find out. Maybe we'll get more of it.
Ventase lira. Vare ligaratus.
will it be felt? I mean, he definitely had the most to say, but I mean, kind of over now. I mean, they also could have made it where it's like a much tighter game, much shorter, with less of like the sports bullshit. Maybe focus on like one little tournament where you just replay it a bunch, and then maybe there's like some meta to it where you can discover like different people's stories and see where the thing goes, right? Instead, it's like it's just too long and just too repetitive, where I would never replay it. But then it has so much like variable like stories and dialogue, but they're like not good enough that I'd even want to see them all. But it's like if it was a shorter game, maybe, I don't know. Ooh, shit, that sounds good. Yeah, I've still got a little bit of Thanksgiving leftovers. Maybe tomorrow I will. Thought about that too. Or me and my brother go get some. Now, last night I got curry chicken and rice. Wingstop would be awesome. Everybody talking about wings in Discord, man. That makes me want some wings, bro. I haven't just bought wings in so long. I've made my own, but I mean, it's only so good, right? Jamba Juice, though. Never been to Jamba Juice. Heard of it. Or can you buy their stuff not at like stores? I've never seen a Jamba Juice. Yeah, I tend to like the tendies more than the wing. I like boneless wings or tendies with the like buffalo or hot on it, or even mild. I just like that kind of like flavor to wings. This is funny. If anybody gets banishment sickness, we're fucked. I mean, that's obviously like a story thing that happens, but just leave it here. And pieces of corn, like just cobs. What is it? What is a piece of corn? It's not horrible. Wingstop's usually pretty pricey. I mean, that's how much it costs to go to Slim Chickens or like Raising Cane's out here. Granted, those aren't great deals compared to like %, more movement. Just sending her straight in. Oh, okay, I got it. Because this guy getting infinite stamina is just too good. I also think 8 quickness is better than 20% movement. The thing is, does she need more speed? Or is the extra 8 better? Either way, I mean, we're kind of good. Could probably upgrade the Astral to be a little better, but I'd probably rather just buy these serums for the next thing.
Felicitalo o seclamatoris.
Yeah, I forgot to talk to this chick.
Eterni talochestas. Infigralios.
I just forget about her. I've probably missed her conversations. Does anything happen with her fast stuff? You like keep up with her?
Oh, som havieres tramitas. Compragine rotale.
Yeah, we got a king smoothie, which I mean isn't super cheap, but it's, man, they're like 44 ounces, so they're really large. There's one near us, like a local place. It is like over the price of king smoothie, and it's like a third of the size, but it's supposed to be all these crazy ingredients. I don't got the money for that shit, man. The only thing I kind of splurge on is food once or twice a week, and it's like, I ain't touching that. Maybe Jumbo's kind of like that then. There's a couple other little smoothie places around here that are like alright for the size, but I just want like strawberry banana smoothies, or like mango pineapple, or like berry ones that are just like good value. I guess it'd be cool to try like a fancy one, like a Jumbo one, but the only chain out here is Vikings.
Caricumta nastis. Jare agitensa.
Yeah, I've not been keeping up with her. Maybe she's got it interesting. I mean, her plight is, I guess, interesting. She's been fucking in a deal forever. I mean, what happens if we like fix the Commonwealth? Like, are we just like, is everybody just allowed to like leave and come back who's exiled? I mean, you know, they treat it like it's some kind of like rule of nature, but made by people.
Ah, te solumtave. Ta semte calas.
Okay, it's not quite as good a deal, but not as bad as our place out here near. Right, it's sadly right across the street, so I'd love to try it, but it's like 12-13 bucks for like a 22 ounce or 16 ounce smoothie. It's like, goddamn, they're probably gonna go out of business. This is not the time to be doing that kind of shit. Yeah, I would mention the name, but I'd dox myself, so. But yeah. It's one of those where it's got like honey from fucking XYZ with all these crazy ingredients. I'm just like, brother, like, who are you selling to, brother? You know, it'd probably be better if you're like in Hollywood or something trying to sell the yuppies, or, you know, celebrities, or like in the big city or something. The Midwest. You might get a little. I mean, you could probably go as far as like a king smoothie, or you know, like a $7-8 one for 20 some ounces is what the other place does. It's just like, man, I guess it's like a treat. We'll see if they stay open. Gotta do that coffee price shit for smoothies. It's like at the end of the day too, it's like, dude, it's just like fruit, maybe some kind of ice cream, maybe not. Like just grind it up into something.
The Commonwealth.
It's not gonna be that crazy.
Your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books.
Good.
Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Prosta. Costa fara.
Choose quickly your triumvirate. Tizo. Bay.
Gramita?
Bedroom.
We're gonna have to fight that one goofy guy all of a sudden.
Cast. Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. By default. Not that their adversaries even care.
What the
Boundless
fuck?
are the teachings
The
of
rights don't matter even in the story.
I eagerly await our next such
Like
outing.
I don't get the XP now to like even use the new abilities. Like you can lose these and it doesn't matter for yourself. You just show up at the final one anyways. I mean, I guess it would matter for the other ones. It's really contrived. You're just the chosen team, I guess. Just cause. Supposed to be whoever has the most favor gets to show up in the last one, right? Yeah, you get XP for showing up, and then there's a bonus for winning, which is like half. Well, there's like 300 or something for showing up, and then 150 for winning, I think. But it's not that much.
Sebature.
Foolish reader, your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
Who cares, man? You don't even remember what's come before. It doesn't even seem that bad here. You just hang out with your cool owl and like the minstrel seems pretty chill. I mean, who's to say that things wouldn't just change anyways if you like uprooted everything? I mean, is this some law of the universe or something? Kind of, I guess, but
Tristatage.
it's a real humdingy, what do they call it? Humdinger? Uplifting, I'm sure. I'll have to pull right.
When the stars align, the right shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as
Where's this lady at? Singing.
freedom in flame.
Yeah, how does he do all this with just he's the alpha minstrel, dude. Yeah, maybe he is jacked underneath. Huh? 50 arms, 2 sets of vocal cords.
Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
Kia Santa Audi Maria. Amaina Rasium?
Like, there's definitely like a feeling of like tension because it's all gonna end, and you know, like I said, they make it feel like something with the tunes and with the screen changing and the gravity, the drama of like everything ending and all that kind of stuff. But like the meat and potatoes behind all of it is not enough for me. It's more just like in the sense that like when you know they set up kind of like a surface level kind of tension, end of a journey, end of the game kind of vibe. Like there's not really any like stakes here other than like, you know, sending somebody else across. I'll just send Gertrude. They even let me. daring raid. Do they reveal like Bay actually speaks with the scribes? Or is she just delusional? Never really got the full Bay story. Because it's mostly focused on that one dude. Friendship pseudoromancing. He's just not well. That's what they say. I just didn't know if it was bullshit. Sometimes she just knows things. Yeah. Ambiguous. That's fine. I don't know if they like go hard on that ever.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Omvisacare,
Taruntadage.
Catara nilum, Ransage lostium.
Sombra darifarum.
Then to go about our business.
Gratan octolorica, Lisasaivaros,
Ha.
Rictus tafinem,
Ha. Remis cavas.
Also, the idea of like getting to go back after you've been exiled. I mean, it's not even through like a crime necessarily. It's sometimes just like you broke like arbitrary society laws and they just allow you to get like exiled, or like you're a war enemy. Would it have been like stronger if it was for actually like actually doing something bad? And the thing is, like, even beyond that, regardless, it's like, what, you just get to go back because you beat them at sports ball? I guess we'll allow a war criminal from hell to just come back and kill us because you won at sports ball. I mean, maybe they try to justify it or not justify it with how fucked it is. I mean, obviously they're trying to say that the Commonwealth needs to be like reworked, but even if you were like an evil organization, like, why would you like uphold that or like even bother? Like, oh, I'm gonna send these people to the other side, and then oops, I accidentally let evil fucking Giga Hitler come back, and now I have to give them like a bone, like the evil harpy lady, and she'll just come back and fuck us up. Like, what the fuck's even? Yeah, that's what I said. There has to be some kind of like karmic, like greater force, yeah, spiritual, beyond like, you know, testing of you. But then I was like, well, what about all the horrid people? I mean, I guess you could say that like, you know, good and evil, it's not defined, yada yada. But I mean, there's like a sliding scale there. I don't think it's like, you know, evil's good and good's evil kind of shit. You know, in this case, it's like, it's just hard to even like get into on that level. Like, yeah, it has to be some kind of like your spiritual force. Because what's the point of the exile at the end of the day? You could just send somebody down here through any arbitrary means, but then you have some kind of spiritual will or force to get back. but it plays out like sports ball, which has very little to do with like your strength of character, or I mean maybe your willpower, but yeah, they're not really pilgrimages because you just fly around and just face people in San Diego or Toronto, and then you go to fucking Tokyo and just ascend. It's like whatever, you know. You're just in your plane, right? People change a little bit, but none of the bad guys. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, none of the bad guys make it unless you lose. But then at the end of the day, like, that's not really like a theme of them getting better. It's just like, hey, evil wins if good guys don't do anything. And also, I guess you've had character development along the way too. Like, I have no idea. Yeah, that's what I mean, is like, it's just even the premise of it. Not to mention the rules of it, like, you know, oh, you can just lose a bunch, and then because you're the Nightwings, I guess you're just cool. So you get to just show up at the end anyways because you're cool. And it's really just a justification to make sure the player gets to keep doing shit. And try to make a system where losing's okay, but then not really like owning it. Like, it'd be better almost if you just like couldn't lose. Yeah. Scribes work in mysterious ways, bro. Just forget about it.
Mira Zarathustra. Zarathustra Prastes.
It's supposed to be funny that she just keeps talking. It's like an easy ask. Why wouldn't you agree to take her? Like, you know what? Fuck you, actually. I'm just gonna throw you in there. I mean, it's one of those, like, fake choices, right? Like, to make you, like, own it more. Like, well, who the fuck would say no other than just, like, for the memes, right? I guess if you just never talked to her before, I don't know if you could just ignore her the entire time and then she still says it, or if I had enough conversations where it was okay. I generally talk to her like a third of the time, so I wouldn't say I did a very good job. So that still happened. 5% off. The meme, dude. Is this actually the last right? Can I use all of these right here? Or is there like a hidden another one we gotta deal with? Guess I could just buy more of these anyways. Performance actions, yeah. The scribes, they loved performance enhancing drugs.
Negaratus. Yara mitage.
Oh. Oh yeah. That was a crisp. That was like a fucking predator. Just not just a handshake, like a fucking boom.
Himanolia.
Ceramiscus.
Who would even want to go back that much? I mean, Minstrel would want to be alone. The Owl wouldn't want to be left hanging, probably. It'd be funny to send the Owl thing back. I mean, I was going to send Bertrude just because, like... But I mean, didn't she want to come down here and, like, use all the shit down here? Does she even give a fuck? Bay doesn't seem to give a single shit. She just goes places. And maybe she'd want to be closer to what's his ass. I don't think she really cares as long as she's like helping Sandalwood. That's what I was thinking, like, they're buddies, so they could just hang out after this. She considers the owl guy her best friend. I mean, you're down here hanging. She thinks these as closest to the scribes as you'll ever be. She just seems to think you go wherever you go is where the scribes want you to go. The owl has like a whimsy that he, like, not a whimsy, but like a whim that he would like maybe go see the Commonwealth, but it seems more just like, I would see it if I saw it. I feel like he wouldn't even want to like leave the minstrel hanging, and then you're hanging down here with Bay and your character, so it's like it's fine. I feel like Bertrude's the only one where it's like kinda would be fine. She's probably more useful up there at this point. And she's been down here for 22 years, so fuck it. She can go back and make some cool ink.
Look for one last time upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon the few remaining
Also, if Commonwealth is burning right now, I guess you're just gonna go back, get your freedom, and that's it. Nobody's gonna say anything to you.
In that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite.
Like your
Face None other than
What is like
yourselves.
changing the Commonwealth even gonna do?
Each so unlike the glorious night wings of yore.
Less people exiled,
'Tis a
hopefully less
shame that one of
war,
you shall soon be free.
peace on Earth. But like, is it gonna do
For you
anything for down
deserve each
here?
other.
I mean, does it rewrite like any of the reality of being able to send people like eternal exile? Let's find out. Okay, guy.
Noxal.
Clare migratus.
Noxalas.
None of them really care. That's part of the funny thing about like not ever losing, is it's like the finale of who's gonna get sent back. Like, who cares? Like, there's way less tension because it's like all good, man. Like if we were burning in actual hell, maybe this would be a bit worse. But it's like the owl's like born here. He's cool. They could give a shit, it seems like. Gertrude had like a fucking like her own little economy and she was hanging out doing shit in. No, the pressure is there no other way? Is there some secret ending here? I assume not. I'm just gonna pick someone because the pressure is not too great. I don't know if there's secretly some like fan servicey other way you can actually do something here. I should be picking this for him. Real question, if anybody knows. I didn't go this whole way just to miss out on some real shit, but I assume I just, you know, yes. No, because I've been going like on a pretty much pure like by the rules run. I just kind of want to do it. I don't have to reload. Let's find out online. That's easier. Like I said, I kind of want to like put as much as I can into like the actual sending, like every single person I can send gets sent back, kind of thing. The pressure, because the pressure isn't too great. I'm trying to metagame it. One thing that strikes me about this game is that it's hard. At its heart, it's basically a Japanese dating sim. Spoken by somebody who's never played a dating. I think they meant to say VN. I can't find anything. I'm just gonna hit these. I really don't care. If I had like a save point, I would test them both, but I might as well at least go for what I want to go for. I just didn't know if it was like a meta game thing where it's like, you can get like, you know, I go play ball against fucking Charles Barkley and destroy the rights.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you. Bertrud Tomdaraskari.
No fondness for the Commonwealth. Well, I mean, nobody else really does anyways.
Who shall lend her support? Tizo. Bay.
Pistale octalorigas.
Fine.
Who are his side pieces, man? And who is this guy? Who cares about this guy? Really? I mean, who really gives a fuck about this guy? Have they made him like a fucking interesting villain in any way? Like, because of him, the riots are ending, I guess. He's like the shadow of like Volfred's like failures. It's only been 9 years. I mean, Jesus Christ. He thought he'd been down here since the dawn of time. It's been 9 years. Bertrude's been down here for 22. It's a footnote, man. He's some guy who got like cheated and now he's like punished. That's like, who gives a fuck? He's just a final boss that we just need, I guess. Because we need something more than just like some random dog pack, I guess, at the end. Yeah, Volfred cares. He cares so much. He was cool with me just peacing out. We're letting him peace out. He doesn't even say anything about Volfred being gone. I mean, you can tell that they knew that was possible because they reorient it towards you instead of Volfred, like halfway through his introduction and now. Because you're always gonna be there.
Penelo vale.
Okay, guys.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Oh, he can do the throw kill. I'm drugged up, brother. You can't take me. He could use a little more speed. Epic. He cheats. He just gets to do that. Okay. Cool, dude. When you cheat in the note, capitalize on it. Dude, nobody here cares about their freedom. We're just doing it cause, man. This guy's fighting for his freedom, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'm just here to play ball, man. I could give a shit. It's like, I'm just doing it because I'm better than you, man. It's that simple. Thanks for passing that to me, I guess.
There it is.
It's not about winning, it's about making you lose. Yeah, because you're an asshole.
Now
Why did they give me the ball after all that fancy bullshit, man?
Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen. 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 No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Not a big deal. Bertrude could give a shit anyways.
Senim. Sumfidete. Nimsare. Nim. Var. Tajerusare.
Bertrude decides. Okay. Does everybody just tell you can go or some shit? What a cop out. What a Deus Ex Machina from God. Ooh, it looks like I get to go back. I've proven my worth, so they let me go back. By God's good grace. I mean, yeah, okay. I even put down my character doesn't remember anything about before, so it barely even matters. But fuck it, I guess.
Simadare. Irate Ligeratus. Tempra Dantas.
I can just keep bouncing it back and forth.
Ligeratus.
See ya. I'm not giving it to this asshole. If Bertrude I already did the hard thing and told Bertrude fucking good to go. So see ya. Please. I'll be that guy, the fucking the blasting the champagne and wow. See ya. Oh boy, I get to see the Commonwealth.
Godspeed, reader. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished.
Also, I mean, yeah, if you just told her no, you do it, and then she said no, you do it. I mean, what? Orlok just takes it.
Become of us. Nightwings. The opportunity.
I mean, I feel like Orlok has the ability to be redeemed a bit, but yeah, you just don't see enough about him. He just feels like such a fucking shoehorned in dude. He can choose you to leave after he defeats you in certain situations. Okay. Few extra scenes. Demon event. I'm guessing you can just push hard to just stay here too. Oh, especially if it's just gonna be text ending. No blood, peaceful revolution. No more exile. I guess the people in exile still are fucked though. What even is the downside? Is it like another dimension? Magical something? What, am I just gonna read everybody's shit? Yeah, it seemed more like physical because they're talking about like clipping wings. I'm like, Jesus, can't we just put down a big ol'... Because they're sending like birds. I was like, Jesus, can't somebody make like a device at this point? Everybody working together. Okay, so this helps gear racism a bit. Okay, I gotta read all these. Pretty dry way to end it. We'll see. Quick text blurbs. I don't even get the Fallout like screenshot or like a VN where we, you know, X and Y happened and it's just like a picture of them doing something. Okay. OCG. These feel very like a list of things. Probably because that is how it is. Oh, he hung out with Rookie because Rookie's there. Oh, also he hung out with Dorita because Dorita was there. Oh, and then he decided not to go back. And that's like the actual thing that's probably always there. Unless maybe the thing fails, then it's different. I mean, that's how these kinds of endings tend to be, where you're kind of going over what happened to X and Y, right? They're very, like, clinical. Yeah, he says he's never going to fight again in this, but he said he wanted to be a glory knight, and I mean, it's just like with the agents, right, where they're like, I don't even think their stories necessarily mean like they would all agree to a revolutionary thing, right? You're just supposed to buy that sandalwood, and like Headwind just picked out the right people for the job. And even though some of them seem to be like either are like the bird lady or would maybe decide on a lot of time away from home means you might not care about home as much anymore, that like they'd still just be revolutionaries. And stuff like, okay, you have to just buy it.
Visitamo templi.
Oh, did we leave her behind because we left? I mean, couldn't we just keep it in our fucking backpack? This chick got fucked over, dude. Like, do you mind taking the crystal with you? It's like, just pass that off to the minstrel real quick and walk away. Or did we actually get to keep it? And what a loophole if that's the case. Okay, he's still there. I was like, that would have been so funny if you got to take her and then they just like brushed past it and you just left it with someone else.
Nelle scritte domia. Egriata liberatus.
Also, couldn't he just fly away? He's like an imp too, like the flying bird. He could just go to the Commonwealth, bro. Physically, if he wanted to, man. He's not like wing clipped. He could just be like, ah, fuck it, let's just go. He has like zero reason to ever ascend. It's just like a taxi ride to him when he could just walk, right? Yeah, messenger birds can do it, and he's supposed to be like a giga bird from hell, man, you know? So he could just go. He would send gifts. Dude, why doesn't he just leave, man? They're sending each other like fucking like dragon dildos and shit. And it's like, dude, you could just, if he wanted to, I mean, he might not want to though, but like he could just visit if he wanted to. Messenger imps.
Conceal Tavidias?
Yeah, she doesn't really care. Wonder how many people just hate you, depending on how you end up. Yeah, she ended up hanging out with him. Great. And the guy stayed with his dad. Good ending. God, we gotta read every one of these fucks, man. The most important character.
Should probably come down.
I need to actually take a quick break before we read the rest of these and then finish talking about the game. Maybe. Sorry about that. Starting to get a little crazy. Needed some food. A snack. How did this guy get everywhere anyways? I thought what he was about to do was sell his, like, warp ticket and then warp to the other fucking side of the world or some shit. He was that good. Now Big Bertrude even has a business down here, man. Amazing. Over 400, she just doesn't give a fuck. Competing, I thought they were working together. Also, the Commonwealth's gone. Who cares? Consistency. Now we gotta hear about all these evil fucks. Hear the good. Let's hear the guys on our side first. The revolutionary. Like how everybody wants stuff from the downside. You'd imagine they'd find a way to get down there pretty quick. I mean, yeah, it's like an untapped land full of like resources and history and magic and shit. They were buddies? I didn't know. I thought him and the worm were a bit, but yeah, kill him.
Consilta videos.
What happened to your hair? She would either have needed to have gone solo or No choice but to join the agents. Drinking buddy. Her sister was a loser. Well, that's what she said she wanted to do, man. Just go and fucking explore. Yeah, at least she solved racism before she went and peaced out.
Silta Vidias.
Yeah, I have a feeling that 90% of these bad guys who make it out are that way. It's like, why not play into the choice thing or the idea of like losing a little bit? That's my thing. It's like, you don't have to. It can just be you're triumphing over evil, whatever the fuck. But it's like, pick a lane, man, do something. Mainly just her. I mean, I guess, what's his face? The fucking tube hair man. He'd probably be like, whatever. I guess the like not Brave Knight probably just wouldn't do anything. Manfred McHardwood or whatever probably would just be like a horrible person. The other chick would probably just go and praise her evil god in some corner, I guess. Maybe be like a terrorist or something. You don't send Wolf for the revolution turns bloody? Oh really? Yeah, because they said it was like completely peaceful. I had intended him just to stay, but then once I ran out of, because I didn't know how many people you'd be able to send, and then like once I ran out of people who probably should go, I was like, okay, I'm just sending them. Why wouldn't you have the leader show up near the end, the revolutionary leader, right, in the shadows, and the figurehead? I don't even know what, I can't even imagine what this guy cares about. This dude just fucks around, so if he got out, he'd just go fuck around. This guy got out? I don't know, what was he? A murderer? Or like a... He wasn't a human trafficker, I don't remember what he was. He's just some criminal, probably. This guy got out? I don't know, man. He just fuck around, probably. He just jumped off the mountain again. Okay, guy. Maybe you could have like done something with your life. He's like, no, the betrayal, she took my freedom. Meanwhile, Big Bertrude just fucking hanging out, running an economy with the top side, doing her thing, you know. Bay's out there like traveling, chilling with the owl, they're having fun, right? My guy's like, no, I'm gonna jump off the mountain. It's like, Jesus, pal. Get over it, man. And it's like, aren't there supposed to be a shitload of people down here, or is it really just like 5 people? Like the dog's like, there's somebody who owes me over here, and it's like, what? How many people live in the downside? He just got his very worst one. I mean, that's fitting. He was such a nothing whatever character. I mean, I guess if he like meets up with certain people like Alfred, it's fine, but... Hey man, he was a dick, he got fucked over, and then he came back and decided to be a dick. That's kinda... it's on him, brother. He could have just not been a dick after mysteriously disappearing for 9 years. Like, yeah, curse the rights, that's fine, but... gotta do something about him, man. His friend was at least trying to uproot the system to not have any more people have to come down here. Many lovers. Man, they have just such a weak sense of place in this game. There's all sorts of people. This guy's banging and everyone. They're fucking. There's an economy. They're talking to people far away. It might as well be, you know, me sending messages to like Japan or something, right? It's like... But like, it just feels like it's such an empty, lifeless world. And not in like a... you know, the blasted lands. It's hell. It's empty like hell. It's more like, it just feels like nothing, man. But it's supposed to be all this shit's happening, all these other people sent here. Like, okay. My dude's out here banging in the downside. There's people who probably are in prison right now who would love to have an entire world to them to just run around and do whatever the fuck they wanted to. Like, that's my thing. And a lot of, I mean, yeah, these guys, most of these people aren't even like criminals, but it's just like, who did anything actually wrong with kind of like goofy, man. The whole like premise and then how they even like make it feel is so fucking odd. What did Manfred von Krupwood do? Nothing worked. He tried and nothing worked at all. At least he's trying, man. Really, both societies can make it happen eventually. Or like, you know, you could just turn back on the right somehow. He bankrupted his family. Nuanced guy. He just wants to kill people, dude. Commonwealth's not even there anymore, bro. What kind of ending was that? She somehow knew stuff about the Nightwings, and she somehow knew stuff about this and that, and she was trying to send over very long periods of time strategy information, and they won a fight. And it's like, what? There was no fight she won. The fucking, like, what? Did the Harpies just send her a message saying, like, yeah, we won? I mean, dude, all that happened was they peacefully didn't fight, and now they're all kumbaya. Like, doesn't even make sense. What, they just told her it's all good and then she just thought she won and goes to bed? Yeah, I mean, you could have took them in the most generic ways possible, where it's like, you know, her sister can't get over the racism and gets cooked, or maybe she slowly gets over it, or her other sister becomes like a freedom fighter, which I guess she did, but like really play it up a bit more. Instead, it's just this like wishy-washy, like fucking nonsense, man. Whatever, man. He's my favorite guy. Biker dog. He just recreated the riots. My man just fucking started up some sports ball. Wow, good ending for him. He just wanted to survive. For some reason, dude. And they fucked, but my guy... my guy just... He wanted to stop fighting and to bang. And he got it down there. And now they have a bazillion fucking child family in the fucking downside. Cool, dude. Yeah, this character, she went into a mountain and blew it the fuck up. And killed herself with it. No credence was found to her claims. We just moved on, I guess. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, look, if they didn't want to have the losing actually mean anything, that's cute. And let's be real, there needs to be some kind of challenge to care about that anyways, but like, they don't even play that up. It's like, why do I even care what happened to these people? Mr. Mean Evil Man. Okay. He just became a demon. Alright. He's like, oh, don't worry, guys. The rain's gonna come soon. And then... These are the only guys where you'd rather them have got out, but... Whatever, they can make society down here. The kids didn't seem to mind, and the old dude's really fucking old. I could go hang out with Babe. He passed peacefully. Wow. Good ending for them both, too. Time for the other extremely complicated, interesting character. The last. Just some fucking who, man. Passive aggressive rando. And then your giga minstrel. Ripped as hell underneath there playing 50 instruments. These vocal cord sets. The works. They were never seen again. Were they just supposed to be some kind of like mysterious personification of like the scribes or the rites or what? They're not like exiles, are they? They're like heralds. Personification of the sun and moon or something like that. I mean, they've got the sun and moon thing going on. Whether that means they're an extension of the scribes or some kind of natural order, I don't know. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't read any more of the book. I couldn't stomach it. Celeste was uninteresting, but he was base. Directionless and prone to misremember because I don't remember any of my my history. Was that the idea? I thought that Sandalwood and them were hanging out with the reader all the time. What if you pick you want to fight for justice, will you like have a different ending or something? Doesn't matter, it's just a couple fucking sentences that would change. But. I like the idea that my character would just peace and just head out. Oh, what is up? That's cute. Why is the owl there? I guess he got out, dude. Or is this about when we were traveling? Was Baze there? Logan Cunningham, the Beast. The narrator. Supergiant Games really this small of a team? That's cool. Wonder if they're bigger now with Hades or not. Yeah, talk about dynamic music though, huh? Jesus. I mean, they don't say that much. It's just like they stayed or they left. But I mean, it's so cool. They don't all get CGs either, but pretty neat though. Was there a lot of variants? It's cool though, man. Alright. When the hell did this happen? Do you remember us hanging out and chilling like this every single time? Oh no, that's why I figured one statement about stay, one statement about leaving is what I was going for. Which is still cool. I just didn't know if it was like super detailed. Some nice art here too. Bertrude as Logan Cunningham and Sir Archibald Jackass. Bertrude kinda, I don't know, bros. Bertrude looking like a fucking Gorgon, man. They do early access with Hades and stuff, but did they ever do Kickstarters? I feel like they probably got enough success back in the day where they don't need to, but especially now after Hades. I don't know if they ever like dabbled in that just for shits though. Or were they? Oh, okay. That would make sense then. They had an investor. Everybody's calves are gigantic. Oh. Is this the Commonwealth? I'm sure there's something with like some meme bullshit maybe, but yeah, off the top of my head. There's probably credits ones that have like different CGs in the background, but I don't recall full on singing lyrics being different now. I can't think of any. If there is, it's nothing that really strikes me. Yay, freedom, I guess. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. What is that, just a harder mode? All Titan stars. Titan. Cannot load checkpoints or restart. Booker rights and white loot fully unlocked. Slug market inventory fully unlocked. Pizza core introduced much sooner. I don't give a fuck. Alright, well, what did we think? Folks? Folks who care? Fasto? What were your complex thoughts on this? And then I've already said mine 1,000 times, but I guess I'll say it again. Once we get going. Game fucked. Soul status? Giga Soul. Okay, yeah. I think so. It's hard for me to look past all the problems. I don't think it's one of those that despite its issues, the soul breaks through in a way that makes it still worth it. But it is soulful. Yeah, I agree. There's some games that like the soul is enough to like experience it. I would argue this game has enough issues where, I mean, I enjoyed experiencing it because I like to talk about it and play through all their games, but I don't know if I could recommend this to many people. But I think what they attempt to do here with the big choice of sending a character wave with your gameplay narrative and world building is really cool. I think what that means for what the dialogue has to do for the people who stay behind in essence is really cool. I mean, all it is choice and consequence, but I mean, it's not that many conversations, especially by the end. There's only like a couple, but I mean, it's still a lot. It's still pretty cool. All of the dynamic changes in the ending, even though it's really dry, and the production value other than the credits is pretty weak. That's cool. The idea of doing like a VN sports ball hybrid is kind of ballsy. There's plenty of VNs with gameplay, some that are wacky. But it's cool that they went from action, isometric action, to something like this. So that's cool. That's all very soulful. That they went from more, you know, interesting worlds, but more individual character stories to something about a large cast of characters and a huge world full of lore is ballsy. It's cool that they went a different direction. I always like seeing devs try different shit, even if sometimes it doesn't work out. You know, it's also cool to see devs just kind of honing like a particular style over time, like a Remedy and stuff. Obviously their production value is still there, right? Music's good. Maybe there's some songs I would want to hold on to. I might have to have another listen and see. You know, I liked how the characters sounded. I liked all the sprites, some of the UI elements. Maybe some of those were whatever, but like there's a lot of like, you know, your classic VN tips and stuff like that. It was missing a backlog. You know, fun little animations when people were like surprised, and the art style is just really nice. I think that did more work than some of the story did. So those elements are cool. Like, there's clearly good individual things here, and part of that's probably, you know, a decade-long experienced dev who makes good stuff up to this point. But that's where the soul for me ends, and the good parts end. And then the rest I'll get into in a minute, but is extremely disjointed, underbaked, and kind of lost at times. Played Bash and Transition shortly before this, and none of them stood out to me that much. This one stood out to me because it's just a raw concept vision game, even if it's massively mishandled. Yeah. Which, like I said, I mean, I've said in the past that those kinds of games, you know, I tend to prefer over just something that's just like fine. For this one, I think the issues are a little too much for me. I don't think I was getting into like the vision or the soul of it enough to like get past that. It's just really not that great of a time. It's not that interesting of a world, and the gameplay's not that fun. If you buffered out more of it, like if it was more Oregon Trail, if it was a longer game with a more fleshed out world and like traveling experience where you delved into the characters more and you learn more about the plight of a world you'll never get to see, even with all the Deus Ex Machina at the end, like that would be really cool. But it feels too afraid to be like a full-on like CRPG or VN. It feels too afraid to be an interesting like survival Oregon Trail thing. And then it's actual sports ball, you know, it could just be anything they're doing, right? It could be a fucking sword battle. Doesn't really mean anything for the story, and so it's like, it could have at least been fun on its own, right? I just don't think it's enough. So I totally get, you know, enjoying the Giga Soul of it. I respect it in that way. I don't think it's like mind-numbingly boring or just like so fucked. You know, I've played games where it's like, wow, this is fucked from go, and then you got to do another 10 hours, you know, to finish it. It's like, this was like always fun to talk about, and like there was moments of tension because they were good at writing individual scenes and drama and stuff, and you know, where it was still fun. Like, it's fun to dunk on enemies and shit, but it's just like, it's such like a forgettable level of like fun, right? Like I won't think about any of those moments in the future, right? I mean, I'll remember Pyre. I'll talk about like maybe the big choices here and there in general, but yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'd have to replay Bastion. Bastion I haven't played in like 15 plus years or whatever the fuck, whenever it first came out. Transistor, I mean, the music and the aesthetics were cool. I don't know if I ever got into the story as much, but I liked the vibe of what the story was doing. And the gameplay was cute. I would say that's probably my favorite of theirs so far. I don't think any of their storytelling I've ever considered like really amazing. Like, I don't think back on it like I do other stuff. But on the flip side, I haven't played Transistor and Bastion since before I even started streaming. So I can't speak on that. I would definitely say this is by far my least favorite of those three, but it's whatever, right? Yeah, it still has cool elements of it. Yeah, definitely it goes back to what we were talking about last week, or you know, earlier yesterday too, where the dev doing something different where they kind of fumble it. But at least there's like, there is ideas or something here, and I can respect it on that front. But that's my thing. It's like, it's hard to give them too much credit for just trying something different on their own, right? Because I mean, a lot of devs try different stuff, and it's like, okay. It's like, why don't you just give everybody credit for it? I mean, I think it's a general cool thing to do, but in the terms of like the industry and video games in general, I mean, the idea of the traveling wagon thing, that's been done in a lot of other stuff, right? You know, we're talking Oregon Trails, we're talking choose between two things as you're traveling. It might as well be Slay the Spire, right? Like, they needed to make it narratively more interesting to actually own those moments in a way that wasn't just like a choose two roguelite type of deal. Obviously Metaphor has that vibe and stuff to it. That game also has a fucking shitload of problems, but Yeah, so it's like the sports ball. I mean, it's hardly the only sports thing. I mean, the idea of like mixing a VN with sports ball. I mean, there's sports VNs, but like actually having the gameplay and having it be fantasy. You know, talk about a recipe for nobody interested, but it's cool. Like, I respect the balls on this. That element, for sure. Compared to their other stuff. Like, you know, obviously it wasn't going to do as well, but... I don't know. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not like it's that ballsy. I mean, there's much more, like, risky or wild, like, visions out there, but it's still cool for them. And to have their production value and stuff attempt. So that's kind of my thing. It's like I agree with you that it's Soul, and I like that they went for it. But I don't feel so strongly about it that like I don't think all of its problems don't completely eclipse it, right? You know, I always bring up like a Drakengard. Like Drakengard has a lot of issues, but like I think it's Soul and everything it like makes it more than worth the problems. It's like in this one, I don't know. I don't know if those Soul moments are enough for me, but. The anti-Pyre, yeah, because I read in some review that they said that with this game, it's like they wanted to make a game that would be like a few people's absolute favorite. You know, Kojima said this too. I'm not a big Kojima guy, but you know, it's just something. One of the few things he said that I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. And instead of a game that just everybody kind of likes, and then I'm like, fucking like Hades is like, I mean, it's not mass appeal in the same way like an Assassin's Creed is, but. Like an action roguelite that goes back to their like old style of like gameplay. It's like talk about fucking, you know, not really bucking the trend. I mean, it worked out great for him and it's probably a great game, but yeah, I'll probably start Hades here in a few. If we get food in 2 hours, but I'll probably start it before that. Yeah, we'll see. I'm expecting Hades because I don't think any of their gameplay's ever been like godly, right? Like. Bastion's fun, Transistor's pretty cool, it's got a neat idea. It's fun, you know, this probably not so much, but it'll be interesting to see Hades, which is supposed to be much more spicy. I'm curious as a roguelite, especially since a lot has come out since Hades. I don't think any of their stories I've ever just been like, damn! Well, I mean, Hades, people always talk about the story, so I'm curious how that's gonna be. If it's gonna be a lot of melodramatic sophistry and all that, or you know, it's like half, you know, a little bit of lore. Now we got Greek god. I'm not too interested in the Greek stuff, so I mean, we'll see on that. I'm definitely expecting it more like the gameplay, but yeah, I don't know. This one, yeah, I mentioned it a lot throughout the whole thing. It's a half-baked world full of proper noun vomit. Which is sadly extremely common and is just not really interesting without some kind of sense of place, some kind of event, some kind of something to make me care about the world, be in the world, and then want to learn more. You know, there's not really that many events happening in this. There's not a whole lot going on. Like, yeah, you have the travel at the beginning and then you just kind of go do a bunch of repetitive games and stuff. It's like, you know, just spewing proper nouns at me with really fluffy dialogue in the, you know, in the book in the beginning. It's like, it's just not, that ain't it, chief. And it's also extremely overdone and some like, I mean, I've got a fucking emote dedicated to those kinds of games, man. It's just like, it's neat. The idea of making like a lore and like, I really love digging in like really interesting lore that's like thought out and all, you know, full of like all these rich stories and shit. But it's like, you can't just drop like a few names of gods and a loose idea of what they did. The eight guys took down the other guy and then they made the new world. It's like, yeah, okay, welcome to the every fucking myth ever. You know, it's like, yeah, I got it. I mean, there's more than that to it. I'm being reductive, but it's like, get me into the world, or, you know, a cool idea, you know. Maybe you don't know that much about the world. It's just mysterious, right? You're just a lone guy in a big world you can never fully explore, right? Like the classic, like, some kind of Dungeons and Dragons thing where you're just like some mysterious dude, like it's Lord of the Rings or something, right? Like that could be cool too. You don't know much about it, but your actions have an effect beyond you. And it's more about learning about the people around you and traveling and surviving and stuff and getting into whatever kind of themes you want. And maybe it's all about some kind of spirit journey to these different locations where other people are having spirit journeys, and you gotta, there's drama there, and who gets to go and who gets to fight and all this. Like, it could be cool. Like, I think it just needs to be like buffed out, like way longer. With, honestly, like I said, the art in this is good, but I think the art's kind of a problem too. Like, in a VN you're getting nice CGs that explain the show stuff, and then a lot of it, the rest of it is described well. In this, it's like they kind of describe shit, but they try to show you every zone. And they're so Alice in Wonderland, Dr. Seuss out, and so vibrant and like colorful that like there's no sense of it being like a rough place or a sense of like longing for something else. Not even a sense of just like immersion in like the traveling and being stuck with these people and getting over little nuanced things. I mean, that's not even like a rare story, right? Like, people are stuck in a place and have to hang out with each other and learn from each other. Like, that's a pretty fucking common story, but it's like, I feel like even if it wasn't rough, it's like just more of a sense of place, right? It feels so empty and lifeless, and not in like a cool, desolate, like where you're like in the outskirts of hell or something, but like it's just, you feel nothing about the world, so I don't feel like I want to learn more about it. The characters, what's wrong with them right off the bat, and then they go do one fight and they're kind of over it, and I don't even know how much that matters to the ending, and then you send them off, Like, it's all riding on the one cool choice to send somebody off through gameplay, character, lore stuff, right? The idea of like, oh, the plan, we're gonna, it's so bad that they sent exiles down here, we're gonna rework the Commonwealth. I'm like, I barely know what the Commonwealth is. That's cool. Yeah, I want to, be a part of something greater and help friends and characters maybe I like, and succeed in a percentage plan. Because obviously Archibald's an asshole, but it's like, it's such a surface level feeling of like anything, right? Like, it's like it works a bit, but it's also like, I mean, it could have been so much more, right? I just don't feel anything like super strong. It's not super compelling. Like, I'm just thinking to other things with like rich lore and like that makes you wanna learn more about it through very little effort, just because it's got an interesting aesthetic, mysterious atmosphere, some kind of like, maybe just an overall feeling, right? Like, I bring up like Opus, I don't think it's like the best example, but it's like, there's like a feeling in it. Or like Citizen Sleeper 2 or something, there's like a feeling in them a bit, that like a lot of the themes will, a lot of the different places will kind of push in, and it'll give you a feeling of like the world, and like kind of like a zeitgeist, like a melancholic feel or something, where it's like you want to learn more about it, and you can see more direct effects of stuff, and you want to learn about those, and maybe you care more about the characters, do shit like that, I'm not going to sit here and talk about like 40k or something. I mean, I think that's really interesting lore too, but that's more just like the amount of it and wild ideas. But it's like, a 10 to 15 hour game, especially in VN formats, just like, it's really hard to do all of that, especially when you're trying to put a game in there. VNs are not that short for a fucking reason, unless they're, like I said, very focused. Like, so I mean, on the art side of things, I have a problem almost with it on that front, because it needs to be doing lifting where the writing isn't, or the writing doesn't have time to, or the writing doesn't care to, because it's trying to have too many characters do too many things, and it's just like bubbly fucking, Colorland, and it's like some of that's just like a cool, like maybe stained glass, Dr. Seuss looking ass like art style, but it's like, maybe it's not the right art style, maybe it's not like the right feeling, like am I supposed to care about their freedom? Is it supposed to look bad? Is it supposed to be like, I mean, there was a lot of characters who didn't care about leaving. But then they also didn't care if they got back to the Commonwealth too, right? So it's just kind of like, alright, like, and then it's supposed to culminate in you giving a fuck about freedom or not, and it's like, Jesus, dude, they don't even like make you care about being free. I mean, Like I'm much more like, you know, I had my rights taken from me, my freedom taken from me, my dignity taken from me, you know, my agency taken from me, and it's like, you know, this is a chance to get it back. You know, things are gonna suck, or, you know, bad, you know, and everybody really wants it, and that kind of thing. Like maybe more of that, and then you learn stuff through like essentially the crucible of like those kinds of hard choices about humanity or society or yourself, and it's like, but they don't. I mean, at the end, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, who wants to go? Nobody. I'm like, yeah, man. You know, I just don't want this guy to go. It's like, I mean, they don't explore those themes. It's just kind of there. And it's like, yeah, I guess you could have lost, and then it might have been more special. But it's like, I mean, a driving force is supposed to be like a revolution or a place I've never been to. I mean, it'd be cool if they dug into that, right? It's like real life, you know? You can empathize with, you know, a group of people on the other side of the world, but it's never going to be as strong as with your next door neighbor. It's just that's how it works, right? You're not an omnipresent God, and it's like you can kind of dig into that and still like trying to have like general empathy or like a creed or like a religion to kind of act in place of like your ability to like empathize with something that you know or something around you. It's like, but they don't dig into that either. It's just kind of like it's like very surface level without even digging into those kind of like the surface level tropes that they go for. So. And then like we've talked about the gameplay and stuff, you know. They definitely could have made the travel part more interesting, where you dig into more character stuff and they reveal more about the world. You could take half of that book and put it into like diegetic moments where, hey, you know, Big Bertrude's here on my 5th stop through this 3-hour-long place to the next tournament thing, and maybe you cut down the tournament stuff. And, you know, she's fucking around with some fauna or something, some kind of fucking mushroom, and we learn about the shroom, and it has something to do with the Titan who died there, some god's like scribe's will, or is used in something, something interesting. That's like really basic shit. Like I feel like it's not even that great, but like nothing like that happens, right? It's all just like, ooh, Big Mama Joe the 6th said that we're gonna, you know, this is the scribes and fucking the Titans did X and Y, and God bless the scribes, and don't talk bad about scribes. Then I just kind of move on. It's like, okay. Alright. Like, most of the dialogue's like very personal stuff. You could just get rid of all the lore and it could just be something else, and the character shit was pretty much the same, right? Like there's little tidbits, but it's mostly like, you know, Sir Gilgrim, whatever his name was, like he's, you know, this is how he feels about his honor, this is how he's gonna get over it, this is like his thing with his society, and I guess that has to do with the lore of his society, so that was a more natural way to learn about his people. But it's just like the introduction to something like that. It doesn't go really past that, right? So I don't know. Game needed to be like 50 hours long, but then be a completely different game. But like, it just has that kind of that kind of writing where they're going for, where it's just too small of a game. But I don't know, I would want to play a longer version of this. Because, yeah, I don't want to ball for 50 hours either, so you're kind of damned if you do. I mean, if you think about it, if it was like a better world with more interesting, like, travel, you know, the balling was maybe there was more mini games like we had at the beginning. You know, maybe there's other things you did. You know, in the balling, it was either balling or it was like, I don't know, some other gameplay thing. It could be anything. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I mean. And then we really buff out the story. More CGs, more interesting environments, not just like, you know, the kids' children's book environments. Like, they look neat, but I'm supposed to be into the world, not just into like the bright colors, right? Like, it's supposed to invoke some sense of curiosity or wonder, not just be where the fucking Little Red Riding Hood walks through or something, right? Like, it's supposed to be like invoke something, you know? It's like, I mean, There's not a whole lot going on. I mean, there's like interesting weather phenomena, like the tempest. I'm like, ooh, that's crazy. This big old crazy tempest, and then it just disappears or whatever, and you just move on. It's like they're talking about like the imps came from this one place, and then they just drop it, and it's pretty much just to have like a soccer joke, because it looks like a field, right? I'm just like, all right, you know, it just doesn't go very far. But the problem is the whole game is all based on it's all about the story. Yeah, you could cut down the amount of rights too, or even the amount of characters. I don't know. Like, I mean, I get the difficulty if you had it be the same way with the rights, with that many characters. It'd be obviously very ambitious, very ballsy to write like a very long game with that kind of choice consequence. But you could get rid of the choice consequence. Maybe. I mean, yeah, those choices are big, but it's like, would I take a game where it's like the story kind of just happens and we learn something and there's like a theme and stuff like that and a character growth? Or would I just want like this again just to keep the choice? Like, I don't know, I'd probably just ditch the choice, but I mean, maybe you could still make it work. Like I said, it'd be more ballsy, but I mean, maybe even in like, yeah, the short term, you could just have the downtimes just be longer, just have more of the lore and the world building be there and buff out the hooks for everything, so I actually feel some sense of wonder about it. I mean, you don't see the world out, you see like some abstracted version of the world where you travel between stars, which makes it feel even more disjointed. It feels like you're just warping between like little pocket dimensions. It's like, otherwise you only really see the world through looking in the wagon. Is there even a fucking single moment where I see the world outside of the world map? I don't think so. Like, fuck, man. Visual medium, much as it is anything else. Like, I mean, like I said, I feel like, you know, like a movie, to distill down so much lore into like a smaller runtime, it's like leveraging the visuals, like meshing it with the themes, with the gameplay, all that stuff, like probably should be used a little tighter. Instead, it's like I feel like there's like very little of that going on, and it's just like raw lore dumps, and you're just expected to be interested because it just is there and somebody tried hard making it. And it's like I respect the effort, but it's just, goddamn, I don't know. Is that the end of the rant? That's kind of my thoughts on the story, and I've said my piece on the gameplay. I think something with more synchronized movement, where like the AI is doing something, or like it was like more slow, where you could like individually move guys, or like twin stick, or like maybe it was like real time with pause, where it's like I could choose to throw something and then I could have him press something down there. It's like, I don't know, I like the speed of it. But I feel like it funnels itself. Yeah, games suck. Yeah, the gameplay part, not too good. But like, the fucking, like, I feel like it funnels itself into like the same strategies. I'm sure in multiplayer it's different, but I'm not fighting real people. I'm fighting a fucking bot. And a bot that's not too smart. And when the bot is smart, they have like unholy, like crazy, like reaction time to throw shit back and forth because there's not really like a buffer. Like there's that one time where it's like some guy walked up to me, instantly threw the ball, killed me with his aura, and then instantly got the ball back and then dunked in. It's just like, what in the fuck? You know, it's like, it doesn't happen often, but it's just kind of like, you know, that's not fun either, right? So it's like, I mean, there's a failing of the AI there. The failing of the idea of like, oh, I can set up a guy for defense in the back, but it just doesn't matter because you can avoid it with jumps, with light, or they just kill you anyways because your guy, like, well, how am I going to, even with the big lady, set up and block a path when they could just shoot me through the wall? Like, if I'm controlling somebody, I'm probably going to go save my guy. If I have the ball, I'm not going to go into the background and save my person. I can't swap because I can only control one at a time. It's just like, it would work really well as an actual 3v3 controlled game. It would work well in like just a multiplayer, even 1v1. It's just not a good single player setup, man. But that's the gameplay. And they don't do much to mix it up. Like I said, there's like, I thought there's gonna be more mini games after the part where you have to do the wave defense, where they leverage some of like the individual abilities of everyone to kind of like do some cute shit, but they just don't really do anything there. I mean, it almost feels like it's like a, they just didn't care. It was like a budget issue. I mean, but I mean, if the core gameplay was tighter, I mean, it wouldn't matter anyways. The RPG backend is like mindless. There's so many different things for different situations, but like I said, because the strategies funnel you into some of the easier stuff, it's like, why not just go all speed? Why not go more damage? Why would I go for the one that, like, when your whole team explodes, you revive 2 seconds quicker, and not just do the one where I do like double damage or like move twice as quick? Like, what the fuck world, you know? Like in versus, it might be different, right? You know, where it's like those, you know, those little moments can be a make or break, right? You know, competitive games, the most minute of details or advantages can be huge, right? Like a CC or something, but in single player, it's like whatever. I don't think hard mode would have fixed that either. And I mean, you're not even playing the game that much anyways, you know, you're starting to get into it. They have all this stuff like, you know, super jumps, super shots. There was times I never even shot a shot. Like I barely could even see those timings because it's like, it didn't matter. Or you like thought to do it and then like, then you're done playing the game for like 2 hours. And it's like, generally I don't hate that, but it's not good for like flow and for like mastery and like digging into like the nuances, right? Because there's probably total like what, 2 or 3 hours of fucking gameplay in this, of like the actual battles, and that's fine, but it's just like, yeah. I don't know. Anyways, I guess that's the whole thing. I repeated myself from what I said earlier, so apologies for that. Overall, I mean, who would I recommend this to? I've been trying to do this at the end of every little beat the shit section. I think if you're interested in seeing a developer who kind of sticks in a lane, try something pretty different, seeing where their aesthetics and their art and like all of what they've learned kind of gets thrown into a different pool, I think it's cool to see that. I think if you're interested in like sports stuff, I don't know if I'd really recommend it unless you're just like a really hardcore, like I play any sports game I can. This is like a different take because it's like fantasy. If you're a big proper noun lore dump kind of person, you just want to read like pages of shit, and I mean, there's better lore to get into, frankly, that could actually has like a strong story to get you into it on top of like a rich world. I'm trying to, like, who would I recommend this to? Like, I don't want to just recommend it as an oddity. Granted, that's what me and Fast are pretty much saying. It's like, it's interesting as like a soul piece, you know, or for me, it's like as like a, you know, as a developer, like going through the discography or whatever. But like on its own merits, who would I recommend this to? I don't think I would just say stay away from this with like a 20-foot pole. It's not atrocious or anything. It's not like a bad game, but it's just like, you know, once again, the attention economy, there's so much out there to play. It's hard to be like, oh yeah, you gotta play Pyre, you know? I have a lot of free time, and it's like, I still, even in my case, it's like I could still probably think of a bazillion other experimental things I probably could be doing. I think it's still worth it for me, but like, if you're somebody who just plays like 2 games a week even, that's a lot for most people. Would I recommend this over like a huge amount of other like experimental stuff? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I recommend it to a lot of people, man. Like I said, I think it's a good one for somebody like me to talk about. For somebody who's like really enthusiastic about Supergiant games, or just like indies, or playing through like, you know, collections from one dev, but because it's not so bad that it's like worth skipping necessarily, but it's also just like, I don't know. I mean, Yeah, yeah, you gotta be some kind of fucking weirdo video game guy. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, and then it's not like a brag or something. I mean, I really think that's it. Like, you kind of have to be, you know, spend enough time with games to start wanting to kind of like, I wouldn't call this even like fringe, weird, like, you know, obscure or some like unknown FMV 90s thing, like, but just in that kind of camp that wants to kind of dip into, like, you know, you have the time to dip into kind of like the progression of a dev or like little different attempts at like genre that a dev might do, you know. I think as far as like, yeah, not thinking about it as like being a fucking video game weirdo, like just as like a general audience thing, like, I mean, obviously I wouldn't recommend, you know, if you're like you know, I wouldn't recommend this if you're like some, you know, you just like FIFA or something. Like, I don't think it's a great sports game. I don't think it's a great VN. I don't think it's an interesting world to really dig into, or at least not in a way that's accessible. Like, right? You could just go dig into 40k on a fucking wiki and probably have more fun than digging into the lore. I'm not even a 40k head, and I've sat for like 10 hours before just reading 40k wiki lore to like the soundtrack of Dark Tide, and I probably had 10 times the fun than I did doing this. So it's like, and I mean, 40k is not telling like a crazy emotional story. It's more just like interesting, you know. It's like, so I mean, if you're into like travel games, like where you're stuck, but it's like just play a JRPG, right? Like, I mean, they're all about traveling with people and you learn about them, right? Like, there's a million of those, and then obviously there's other indies that do it. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know if I could really recommend it to a specific audience, or just recommend it as like a general catch-all. Like, oh, you just need to play it, whoever you are, right? I think it's really just for video game freaks, man. And it's interesting in that way. Like, I like talking about it. Clearly, I'm enjoying talking about this. I don't know. I like the idea of we wanted to make a game that's somebody's favorite and not for everyone. I'm sure there is somebody that this is their favorite game, but personally, I don't think they hit like a particular audience really hard, or particular feeling really hard. I think they just kind of, I think it kind of just goes for a bunch of shit and doesn't do any of them like super well. And then sadly is kind of more interesting as like an oddity more than it is in its own merits. Not to say it's horrible, but like that's kind of where I'm at with it. Anyways, exit for now, exit forever, Pyre. Sorry. I will never replay this game. But I won't replay most games. It's not personal. Yeah, well, I'm glad I played it. It was interesting. And it'll be very interesting going into Hades right after this. True Nightly Mode Bros. Yeah. Yeah. Does Hades have like a large opener? Because I'm gonna eat in like an hour and a half. And if it's got like a pretty heavy opener, I'd probably rather just save it till after. Okay, I can do like a run. Can you stop in the middle of runs on Hades? So maybe I'll just do like a run and then stop. Ugh. Or just fuck around, because I mean, I'll probably die. Okay, no problem. I appreciate it though. Alright, so anyways guys, that was Pyre. If you want a super giant tier list, right now for me it's like Transistor really close to Bastion, then like huge Pyre. I just throw that in there, I guess. It's been so long since I played those, that might not even be accurate. Anyways, I'm gonna restart the stream and then we'll start up Hades. I'll be working Hades over time. I'll do runs, but I mean, I've got Dead Reset coming in. Prime 4 will probably happen in a few days. My goal with Hades is to just do the main story. If I'm really into it, maybe I'll do the extra shit, but I have Hades 2 we can do as well. I could get that sent in. I kind of don't, I mean, if, you know, when the Hades was the only thing around, I could see maybe spending like an insane amount of time on it. I might just do what I did with Absalom and just get like the main ending and then just kind of do the next one. Because I mean, I might be Hades out if I do both of them, but I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll just really like it. Anyways, I'm gonna swap over. Make a sarcastic title. So clever.